Do you believe that that's what Jeffrey Epstein was?
You met him. Was he a disgraced financier?
Jeffrey Epstein was absolutely connected to the Harvard Math Department. I want to know why.
How was he connected to the Math Department?
You're pushing me to say things I'm not going to say. But I don't mind.
I'm curious. I'm not trying to push you out.
I understand, but I'm just not going to do it. I don't know who he was. I don't know who ran him. He certainly was not a financier in any standard sense.
Really?
That was a cover story, yes.
The way that we know Jeffrey Epstein, in the UK especially, is just this guy who was this rich guy who had this island, who brought people there and then did these despicable things.
Do you believe that that's what Jeffrey Epstein was?
You met him. Was he a disgraced financier?
He wasn't a financier the day I met him.
What was he?
He was a weird guy who didn't seem to know a lot about currency trading.
When you say a weird guy, what made him weird?
I'm not going to go back through that. My point is, you're getting a different interview. Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous amount about my work when nobody knew anything about my work. And he had a pipeline into me that I didn't understand, which is that he was connected to my graduate program. And you can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
Was it a gravity conference?
Yeah.
It was about gravity?
Yeah.
What the fuck was he doing talking about bloody gravity? He's a financier.
It was very important to get Nobel laureates and some of the smartest people on Earth to come to the Virgin Islands and talk about gravity. Stephen Hawking was there, David Gross was there, Lawrence Krauss was there, Lisa Randall was there, right before his conviction. And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard Math Department, and he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
I have to be clear on my understanding of what you're saying. What I'm hearing is you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was planted in some way to interfere.
He was a construct, is what I said.
He was a construct. In some way to mess with the progression of physics.
When I met him, when the meeting was over, I immediately called my wife and I said, this person is not who they claim to be. Somebody has constructed this human being to be something that they are not. Jeffrey Epstein was a construct of something. Part of the problem with calling his plane the Lolita Express and calling his island Pedophile Island is that you just can't see all the different things that were going through this guy.
Because of their highly concealed identity, no one is truly certain about who or what the Council of Nine is. There are countless theories trying to explain what they could be, and some are more shocking than others. One theory states that the Council of Nine is a group of extraterrestrial beings responsible for guiding human evolution. The theory was first proposed by Andrija Puharich, a Croatian-born physician and scientist known for investigating parapsychology and psychophenomena. In 1948, a private research laboratory called Round Table Foundation was established by Dr. Puharich to investigate paranormal and psychic phenomena. Among the noted psychics studied at the foundation were the famous Irish medium Eileen Garrett and the Dutch clairvoyant Peter Peter van der Herk. In the same laboratory, Puharich also brought the Indian mystic named Dr. D.G. Vinod, who began to channel the Nine, or the Nine Principles. Puharich theorizes that Eileen Garrett, Peter Hurkos, and Dr. D.G. Vinod were all extraterrestrial beings from the planet's spectra who were concerned about the future of humanity, wishing to help us evolve into a higher state of consciousness. Puharich became interested in stories about a Dutch psychic named Peter Hurkos after being intrigued by reports that Hurkos had developed paranormal abilities after suffering a head injury in a nasty fall. In 1956, he invited Hurkos to the United States and began a series of experiments to test his claims. Then, in 1971, he met Uri Geller, a young Israeli man who claimed to have psychic abilities. Geller's powers were so convincing that Puharich believed he was dealing with a genuine phenomenon. Puharich became convinced that Geller was channeling messages from a group of extraterrestrial beings called the Council of Nine, and that they were using him to communicate with humans. These beings were said to be responsible for guiding human evolution. Puharich wrote several books about his experiences with Geller and the Council of Nine. In Uri, A Journal of the Mystery of Uri Geller, 1974, and Beyond Telepathy, 1962. Another well-known proponent of the Council of Nine theory is Phyllis Schlemmer, who claims to have been in contact with a member of the Council. known as Tom. Tom is said to be Atum-Ra, a prominent ancient Egyptian god known to have shaped the universe. In his book, The 9 Secret Messages from the Future, Schlemmer relays Tom's messages, which warn of an impending apocalypse and advise people to take steps to prepare for it. The scientific community heavily criticized the theory behind the Council of Nine, which is generally regarded as pseudoscience. However, both Puharich and Schlemmer's researches have inspired many other scientists to investigate paranormal and psychic phenomena. Even though their works may be controversial, there is no denying that Andrea Puharich and Phyllis Schlemmer sparked an interest with what many regard as pseudoscience. In his book Briefings for the Landing on Planet Earth, British parapsychology writer Stuart Holroyd revealed that the Council of Nine, also known as the Great Ennead, is a group of 9 powerful beings who are said to have created the universe. The Council of Nine primarily appeared in ancient Egyptian texts and later in Greek mythology. In both cases, they were associated with the creation of the universe. The Great Ennead is a group of 9 deities in Egyptian mythology who are worshipped at the temple of Heliopolis. The Ennead includes the sun god Atum, his children Shu and Tefnut, Geb and Nut, and Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. The Ennead rose to prominence in dynasties 5 and 6 and remained an essential part of Egyptian religion until the Ptolemaic period. The Great Ennead was just one of several such groupings of 9 deities in ancient Egypt. Other notable examples include the Ogdoad of Hermopolis and the Ennead of Memphis. The Heliopolitan Ennead was not universally worshipped throughout Egypt. In fact, the priests of Ptah at Memphis celebrated Atum as superior to the 9. This reflects that there was no single unified religion in ancient Egypt, but a complex tapestry of beliefs and practices. The Council of Nine's teachings is similar to that of other New Age groups, such as Theosophy and the Ascended Masters. They advocate for a shift in consciousness, away from materialism and towards spirituality. They also claim that we are currently amid a significant evolutionary leap, and that the Council of Nine is here to help us through this transition. Some have criticized the Council of Nine's message as racist, due to their claims that the black race is not of divine origin. However, others have praised the group for their progressive views on gender and sexuality. Whether the Council of Nine is real or not, their message is an exciting example of New Age thought, and their influence can still be seen today in the works of authors such as David Wilcock and Corey Goode. Dave Hunt, an American author, and other writers have argued that the 9 may have been part of an interdimensional governance structure in ancient Athens, where a Council of 9 divinely inspired archons rule. Each Athenian 9 supposedly had his ethereal counterpart drawing from the universal knowledge. It is possible that the 9 was also responsible for passing down the teachings of Plato and Aristotle to future generations. If this was the case, it's no wonder how these philosophers profoundly impacted the world. The 9 may have also been behind the founding of the Templars, a secret society that has been linked to numerous influential individuals and organizations throughout history. If the 9 truly did exist, then their influence can be linked back to many of history's most significant events and movements. In Schlemming's book, The Only Planet of Choice, the Council of Nine is said to be working towards a new age of enlightenment for humanity. They are believed to be helping us in awakening our true potential and creating a more peaceful and harmonious world by influencing the course of history through their thoughts and actions. The Council is also said to work with aliens or extra-dimensional beings to help us advance spiritually. They are said to be helping us evolve into a new species known as Homo noeticus, or the self-knowing human. There is very little concrete information about the Council of Nine's activities. However, their message has inspired many people to explore their psychic abilities and work towards a more spiritual world. The 9, it seems, was not only the subject of top-secret government experiments. They may well have been the product of them. The CIA's MK-Ultra mind control project is one of the most shocking and mysterious episodes in the history of the United States. For over 2 decades, the CIA conducted secret experimentation on unwitting human subjects to develop techniques for controlling the human mind. The methods used included drug testing, psychological manipulation, and sexual abuse. Unfortunately, the experiment results were often disastrous, causing physical and mental damage to the participants. Army doctor Dr. Andrija Puharich was deeply involved in the CIA's notorious MK-Ultra mind control project in the 1950s, working alongside infamous Dr. Sidney Gottlieb to experiment with various techniques to change or induce thought processes. This included the use of drugs, hypnosis, and even beaming radio signals directly into the subject's brain in an attempt to create the impression of voices in their head. Significantly, he was engaged in this work at the same time that the Nine made their first appearance at the Roundtable Foundation. The foundation, now known to have mainly been funded by the Pentagon as a front for its rumored medical and parapsychological research. Puharich was still working for the CIA in the early 1970s when he brought Uri Geller out of Israel. Geller has since admitted that Puharich hypnotized him and suggested that he was in touch with the Nine. It was only after this suggestion that Geller began to experience psychic phenomena. This raises some disturbing questions about how much influence the Nine may have had over Puharich, and how much control he had over their communications. The Council of Nine theory has been criticized by many people, including some who believe in the existence of secret societies. Some critics claim that the theory is based on unsubstantiated claims and lacks concrete evidence. There is also criticism that Puharich's background with the CIA cast doubt on his credibility. Additionally, Phyllis Schlemmer's claims about the Council of Nine have been criticized for being too vague and lacking in detail. Despite the lack of concrete evidence to support the existence of the Council of Nine, the theory has gained significant traction in recent years. This is likely due in part to the fact that some high-profile individuals have been associated with the theory, including the former Senator Claiborne Pell and UFO funding source Hans Adam II, Prince of Liechtenstein, and the Canadian businessman Maurice Strong. In addition, many books and articles have also been written about the theory, which has helped spread its popularity. Could it be that the Nine were nothing more than unwitting test subjects, their extraordinary abilities merely resulting from experimental tampering? Or is there something more sinister at play? Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain: the Nine have always been shrouded in mystery, and it seems that mystery runs deeper than anyone could have imagined. Back in 1983, the CIA wrote an obscure report on the Gateway Experience, claiming that an altered state of human consciousness could transcend space and time. Declassified in 2003, this 29-page document was titled Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process. It's thought that the report was part of a CIA investigation into the use of mind control and hypnosis in. It's a dense and wordy report that touches on everything from neuroscience to quantum mechanics, shifting between hard science and pseudoscience with the ease of a tightrope walker. The CIA is essentially exploring the idea of inducing an out-of-body experience that might allow them to tap into some higher realm beyond reality. According to the report, the universe consists of a complex system of interacting energy fields, in which states are just variations in energy. Human consciousness is no different. It's just a vibrational pattern of energy. When hemisync is achieved, the report says, it can induce an altered state of consciousness in which a person's consciousness is released from the physical world and turned into a pure field of energy. Now let's get to the last and most important part of the document. Please, pay attention. (28) Gateway Method. Having put the Gateway Experience in context by postulating a structural outline of how and why it seems to work, and having shown what it is designed to achieve, the time has come to examine the specific techniques which comprise the Gateway training process. These techniques are designed to enable the user of the gateway tapes to manipulate the high energy states, which can be achieved if the user continues to work with the tapes over a period of time. The amount of time required to reach advanced energy states and to fully exploit the techniques varies with the individual, the sensitivity of his nervous system, his general state of mind, and the extent to which he may have previously developed facility in related techniques, such as transcendental meditation, are all pertinent factors affecting the speed at which he may expect to progress. The gateway process begins by teaching the individual participant to isolate extraneous concerns in a visualization device called an energy conversion box. Next, the participant is introduced to a method of encouraging his mind and body to strive to achieve a state of resonance through the utterance of a single tone, a monotonous, protracted humming sound that sets up a feeling of vibration, particularly in the head. He engages in this resonant tuning, as it is called, by humming along with a chorus of such sounds that are contained on the gateway tape. Following this, the participant is exposed to the gateway affirmation and is encouraged to repeat it to himself as he hears it repeated on the tape. This affirmation is a statement to the effect that the individual realizes that he is more than merely a physical body and that he deeply desires to expand his consciousness. 29. Hemisync introduced. After that, he's exposed for the first time to the hemisync sound frequencies and is encouraged to focus on and develop a perception of and appreciation for those feelings which accompany the synchronization of brainwaves that result. Next comes the technique of progressive and systematic physical relaxation, while the hemisync frequencies are expanded to include additional forms of pink and white noise, designed to put the physical body at the virtual threshold of sleep, as well as to calm the left hemisphere of the mind while raising the right hemisphere to a state of heightened attentiveness. Once all of this is achieved, the participant is invited to envisage the creation of an energy balloon, comprised of an energy flow beginning at the center of the top of the head and extending down in all directions to the feet. The energy involved in this flow then proceeds up through the body and back out into the balloon pattern again. The energy balloon, which sets up a pattern very reminiscent of the cosmic egg discussed earlier, not only enhances bodily energy flow and encourages the early achievement of a suitable resonance state, but is also designed to provide protection against conscious entities possessing lower energy levels, which the participant might encounter in the event that he achieves an out-of-body state. It serves as a precautionary purpose in the unlikely event that the participant's first out-of-body experience involves direct projection outside the terrestrial sphere. 30. Advanced techniques. Having reached focus 10, the participant is now ready to endeavor to achieve a state of sufficiently expanded awareness to begin actually interacting with dimensions beyond those associated with his experience of physical reality. This state is called Focus 12 and involves conscious efforts on his part, while additional forms of pink and white noise enter the sound stream being directed into his ears from the gateway tape. Once the participant has achieved this state of greatly expanded awareness, he is ready to begin employing a series of specific techniques or tools, as the Monroe Institute characterizes them, which enable him to manipulate his newly found expanded awareness to obtain practical, useful feedback of value for promoting self-discovery and personal growth. Specific techniques involved are described individually below. A. Problem solving. This technique involves identifying fundamental problems which the individual wishes to see solved, filling his expanded awareness with his perception of these problems, and then projecting them out into the universe. In this way, the individual enlists the assistance of what Monroe Institute calls his higher self, in other words, his expanded consciousness, to interact with the universal hologram to obtain the information required to solve the problem. This approach may be used to solve personal difficulties, technical problems in the realm of physics, mathematics, practical administrative problems, and so on. Responses to the problem-solving technique may be received almost immediately, but often they come based on developing intuition over the next 2 to 3 days. Frequently, the response comes in the form of a sudden, holistic perception in which the individual suddenly finds that he simply knows the answer in all of its ramifications, and completely in context, sometimes without even being able to put his newly found perception into words, at least initially. In some cases, the response may even arrive in the form of visual symbols, which the individual will see with his mind while he is in the Focus 12 state, and which he will have to interpret after he returns to normal consciousness. B. Patterning. This technique involves the use of consciousness to achieve desired objectives in the physical, emotional, or intellectual sphere. It involves concentration on the desired objective while in a Focus 12 state, an extension of the individual's perception of that objective into the whole expanded consciousness, and its projection into the universe with the intention that the desired objective is already a matter of established achievement, which is destined to be realized within the time frame specified. This particular methodology is based on the belief that the thought patterns generated by our consciousness in a state of expanded awareness create holograms which represent the situation we desire to bring about, and, in doing so, establish the basis for the actual realization of that goal. Once the thought-generated hologram of the sought-after objective is established in the universe, it becomes an aspect of reality which interacts with the universal hologram to bring about the desired objective, which might not, under other circumstances, ever occur. In other words, the technique of patterning recognizes the fact that since consciousness is the source of all reality, our thoughts have the power to influence the development of reality in time-space as it applies to us, if those thoughts can be projected with adequate intensity. However, the more complicated the objective sought, and the more radically it departs from our current reality, the more time the universal hologram will need to reorient our reality sphere to accommodate our desires. Monroe trainers caution against attempting to force the pace of this process, because the individual could succeed in dislocating his existing reality, with drastic consequences. C. Color breathing. The next technique is called color breathing, and is designed to use the expanded awareness and highly focused attentiveness associated with the Focus 12 state to imagine various colors in a particularly intense and vivid manner, so as to use them to resonate with, and, in turn, to activate the body's own energies. Fundamentally, in terms of practical application, it is a healing technique which is designed to restore the body and to enhance its physical capabilities by balancing, revitalizing, and returning bodily energy flows. It is predicated on the principle that the body's electromagnetic field is capable of altering its resonance pattern so as to entrain energy from the Earth's electrostatic field for its own use. The various colors envisaged in the imagination as part of the technique cue the mind as to which frequencies and what specific amplitudes are desired in connection with this entrainment and the subsequent alterations in bodily energy flow patterns. That color has the capacity to affect the human mind is well known, and the effectuality of color in certain kinds of healing is a demonstrable fact. For example, the application of intense blue light to an area of physical tumescence leads to a relatively rapid and easily observable reduction in the swelling, while red, and to a lesser extent, yellow, has quite the opposite effect. However, in the hemisync application of the technique, external light sources are not involved. Rather, the mind is the sole agent of healing and revitalization. D. Energy bar tool. Magic wands and enchanted scepters have been part of the folklore and occult practices of many cultures. The scepters, staffs, and maces carried by monarchs and high priests alike occur with such frequency in the history of bygone eras as to suggest that, at the very least, these items are aspects of some type of archetypical symbol which the human mind seems to appreciate, perhaps subliminally. In any case, the energy bar tool technique involves envisaging a small, intensely pulsating dot of light which the participant charges in his imagination with enormous energy until it is virtually pulsating. The participant then extrudes the dot into the shape of a sparkling, vibrating cylinder of energy, which he then uses to channel force from the universe to selected parts of his body for purposes of healing and revitalization. E. Remote viewing. In addition, the energy bar tool is used as a portal for initiating a follow-on technique called remote viewing. In this context, the participant turns his bar of energy into a whirling vortex through which he sends his imagination in search of new and illuminating insights. The apparent purpose of the symbolism involved in the vortex seems to be to cue the subconscious and to convey its instructions as to what the participant wishes to do, but in terms of nonverbal symbols which the right hemisphere of the mind is capable of understanding. F. Living body map. This technique provides amplification for the application of the energy bar tool as a means of healing specific areas or systems of the human body. The configuration of the participant's body is imagined, and then the various major systems such as the nervous and circulatory systems are envisaged in appropriate colors within the confines of the outline being held in the imagination. The energy bar tool is then applied to energize, balance, and heal in whatever manner the participant desires. In the process, the participant visualizes various streams of colored energy flowing out of the tool into the organ system or area upon which the revitalizing or healing application is being made. Since colors are the results of different wavelengths of light, which is to say, energy at various frequencies, this technique operates on the assumption that as the human body is composed of energy, it can be vitalized and healed through the additive application of additional energy, provided that the energy is applied in the appropriate form. G. Focus 15. Travel into the past. All of the preceding techniques are conducted at the level of expanded awareness known as Focus 12. However, the technique of time travel into the past involves a further expansion of consciousness through the inclusion of additional levels of sound on the hemisync tapes. Some of the sounds are probably merely an intensification of the basic hemisync frequencies, being designed to further modify brainwave frequency and amplitude. Other aspects of the added sound patterns appear to be designed to provide subtle, almost subliminal suggestions to the mind as to what is desired by way of further expanded consciousness, so as to support the verbal suggestions and instructions also contained on the tape. Even the instructions are highly symbolic, with time being visualized as a huge wheel in the universe with various spokes, each of which gives access to a different part of the participant's past. Focus 15 is a very advanced state and is extremely difficult to achieve. Probably less than 5% of all participants in any given gateway experience actually fully achieve the Focus 15 state during the course of the approximately 7 days of training. Nonetheless, Monroe Institute trainers affirm that with enough practice, eventually, Focus 15 can be achieved. They also state that not only the individual's past history is available for examination by one who has achieved Focus 15, but other aspects of the past with which the individual himself has had no connection may also be accessed. H. Focus 21. The future. The last and most advanced of all the focus states associated with the Gateway Training Program involves movement outside of the boundaries of time-space, as in Focus 15, but with attention to discovering the future, rather than the past. The individual who has achieved this state has reached a truly advanced level. Except in unusual circumstances, it is probably not attainable except by those who have conditioned themselves through long application of meditation, or by those who have practiced long and hard through the use of the hemisync tapes for a period of months, if not years.
This is one of America's greatest secrets. Have you heard of DARPA? A department deep in the United States government responsible for some of the most advanced technological breakthroughs. DARPA stands for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Numerous leaks have come out to say they are currently conducting experiments using electromagnetic fields to control minds. But this is where it gets scary. It's called Project Pegasus. In the 1970s, DARPA ran experiments to test time travel and teleportation. The project supposedly used advanced technology reverse engineered from extraterrestrial sources. And guess what? They were successful. Participants, who were mainly children, were teleported to Mars and traveled to different periods in history. They used children because the theory was that their minds are more adaptable to temporal displacements. One of the most famous participants, Andrew Basiago, asserted that the US and Soviets have had time travel technology for decades. He also mentioned that Project Pegasus was part of a broader effort to explore and potentially manipulate timelines for strategic advantage. Do you think they have already altered our timeline?
I can't believe I still receive so much of your affection. I need to feel just something real. Maybe I'll set myself to shine.
over CERN, right? That's insane.
What is that?
Look at the sky. Oh my god, it's like a whole, you see the light?
It's unreal. I've never
It
seen
looks
clouds
like it's
do that.
glowing from inside. Is it over CERN? What the
Listen
hell,
to the thunder.
Wow.
It's getting bright.
Oh my god, it's
What
huge.
is that? Look at it spinning.
I've never seen clouds do that in my life.
Keep it in focus, hang
It
on.
looks like it's opening like a
Everyone's
portal
filming.
or
This is
something.
why. I've never seen clouds do that.
Feels like the sky's opening.
I'm trying to get closer, hang on.
It's glowing from inside like a furnace. Filming it? Oh my god, look at that. It's like burning.
Is it burning?
I don't know.
Just
coming from the middle. From the middle. That's over the collider, right?
Yeah. Holy, it
Hold
looks
on, zoom in again. I
unreal.
can't see the center. It's so.
Is it spinning?
It looks like a
It's
whole...
right over the collider.
Going brighter. Hold on.
Get this.
I can't. It's so bright.
I've never seen clouds do that.
Oh my god. Look at that. It's like a hole in the clouds.
I've never seen anything like it.
Is that coming from the ground?
It looks like it's pulling up. Wow.
Everyone's filming. This is insane.
Oh my god, schaut euch das
Was
an.
ist das? Das ist unglaublich. Es sieht aus wie ein Tunnel aus Licht.
Komm, Gänsehaut,
Es wird
ehrlich.
heller, seht ihr das? Wow. Ich habe sowas noch nie gesehen.
Whoa. What is that?
It's like the clouds are opening
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Is it moving?
Look at it spin, man.
Hold on, I'm trying to zoom. It's so
That's over
bright.
CERN, right? That's right over CERN.
What on earth is that?
It's over CERN, right? Look at the ring, like a portal. I can't even get it in focus. It's too bright.
That light's punching through the
Look,
clouds.
it's spinning. You see that?
Yeah.
It's filming
This
it.
is wild.
Oh my god, look at that. That's
insane. It's like a hole in the
Is
sky.
it the sun coming through? It doesn't look right.
glowing from inside the cloud. I've never seen anything
Right
like
over
it.
CERN, man.
No, Hiram, look. It just totally changed shapes on here. And I'm not moving. Okay, guys, if you watched from the beginning of this, you saw. Look! What are you? What are you? Hi! Do you want to change colors? Or is that just your color? What are you doing? Oh my god! What are you doing? So that was it. It keeps, that's the one part, so. Whoa! You're, that's it. Wow. You're very interesting. Oh my god! It's turning into a circle! Whoa! Could you change colors? Oh my god! Yeah! Yo, you're sweet! Thank you for doing that for my baby.
Imagine this scenario. The US government obtains intelligence that hidden somewhere in central Iraq is an actual Stargate, placed there by the Anunnaki gods of ancient Sumeria. This device employs time travel technology and permits individuals and equipment to pass into another dimension outside of the space-time continuum. Once there, it is possible to travel across the galaxy or into another galaxy instantaneously and then pop back into space-time on another planet. The government also learns that Nibiru, the 12th planet, is due to make its return passage through our solar system on its 3,600-year orbit in a matter of months. In this scenario, when Nibiru is closest to Earth, the Anunnaki, the ancient huge hominoid gods of Sumeria who built the Stargate, would, it seems likely, take the opportunity to travel to Earth through that same Stargate and will set up their encampment in Iraq. By default, this will have the effect of propping up the current regime. U.S. government leaders know that such an eventuality must be prevented at all costs, so they decide that with the help of extraterrestrial allies, they must invade Iraq and close the Stargate. The Russians, Germans, and French, however, having been intimately involved in Iraq's archaeology, know what they're up to, and prefer that the Stargate remain open, thus preventing American domination of the world. With time running out, President Bush invades Iraq. American scientists raid the museum and close the Stargate, thus frustrating the grandiose ambitions of the self-styled reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar, Saddam Hussein, and making the world safe for the New World Order.
According to Dr. Michael Salla, this is exactly what actually happened. Such a fantastic theory would not be expected from someone whose entire career has been spent in academia, pursuing rather conventional political and diplomatic studies. Dr. Salla, an Australian national, obtained his MA in philosophy from the University of Melbourne, and then his doctorate in government from the University of Queensland in 1993. After spending 2 years as an associate at the Centre for Middle Eastern and Central Asian Studies in Australia, he joined the faculty of the Department of Political Science at Australian National University in Canberra as a lecturer. In 1996, he came to the US and gained an academic appointment at the School of International Service at American University in Washington, D.C., where he remained until 2001. He is currently researching methods of transformational peace as a researcher in residence in the Center for Global Peace at American University.
He believes that the US, Russia, Germany, and France have been aware that the Anunnaki left behind some very high-tech apparatus and possible weaponry when they abandoned the Earth around 1700 BC, and that Saddam Hussein had been getting assistance from Russian, German, and French archaeological teams for years in an attempt to unravel and perhaps reverse engineer this apparatus, which Salla claims is probably far in advance of any technology we might have obtained from the Greys, from Zeta Reticuli, who he believes to be our friends. If a European-Iraqi alliance were able to back-engineer this technology and/or strike up an alliance with the Anunnaki when they return, Salla thinks, then whatever military advantage the US has had with its technology, even including anti-gravity craft, would probably disappear, and we would quickly become a second-rate power. The return of Planet X centers on the recovery of a technology once housed at Solomon's Temple that is used to open a gateway linking Earth with far-off regions of space. Recent military and political activity suggests that the world powers are jockeying for position as if the return of Planet X is imminent. The stakes are high. This planet is at the center of a biblical prophecy known as the Day of the Lord, a picture of an ancient Sumerian tablet in which the god Anu, the ruler of Planet X, appears to be going through a gate, flanked by two people holding posts or pillars with globes on top. These poles, splendid shining posts, represent the Stargate in a simplified form. Another Sumerian tablet shows Gilgamesh going through a similar gate. Gilgamesh, the hero of the ancient Sumerian epic poem bearing his name, written about 2900 BC. He was the king of Uruk, a city in southern Mesopotamia, who sought immortality by searching for the stairway to heaven and the abode of the gods. Ultimately, he ascended a ladder and went through a gate and entered a new world where he met long-dead Utnapishtim, Noah, and questioned him about the gods. Dr. Saleh believes the Stargate will be found at Uruk, where German archaeologists have been digging for many years at the invitation of Saddam Hussein and have unearthed an ancient city.
Unsettling footage that will leave you speechless. Mysterious lights, unexplained movements, and creepy sightings that defy explanation.
That's wild.
The unknown is real, and it's captured on camera. Prepare to witness the unexplainable, the bizarre, and the utterly inexplicable. Back in 2022, something straight out of a sci-fi movie showed up in Germany's skies. A massive, stretched-out craft was caught on camera hovering near a smaller, triangular object. Then out of nowhere, a misty, white portal opened up mid-air. It was like something from another world. The triangular craft shifted, almost like it sprouted wings, before sliding right into the portal. Seconds later, the larger craft followed, vanishing just before the portal shut. I've seen some weird things in my time, but this takes the cake. Mysterious portal. During a flight from Berlin, something bizarre happened. A strange black ring appeared right in the plane's path. Unlike smoke that drifts away, this ring stayed put, shifting just a little. As the plane got closer, the ring suddenly expanded, wide enough for the entire aircraft to glide through. And just like that, it vanished. Locals are buzzing, saying it looked like a space-time vortex where gravity bends reality itself. It was as if the ring reacted to the plane, almost like it was waiting for it to pass through. What could this mean? Mystical portal. On January 19th, 2025, the sky over Indonesia lit up with a glowing purple portal that looked like something from a sci-fi movie. It swirled with smoke and shimmered brightly, leaving witnesses in awe and disbelief. Many grabbed their cameras, their voices trembling with excitement. Was this some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, or was it something way more advanced? Whatever it was, it didn't just vanish quietly. Drilling light. Over Arizona, a brilliant beam of light spun through the sky, shining bright blue and white rays. It looked like it was drilling into the air, opening a glowing hole that danced like a burning flame. Then in an instant, both the beam and the hole vanished. Moments later, the weather went wild, as if the entire city felt the impact of something unnatural. Much like the Norway Spiral, this strange light formation hinted at forces far beyond what science can easily explain. Swirling gap. A man looked up and saw something unbelievable. A dark, swirling gap tearing open in the sky, releasing a smoky beam that shot straight through the air. Then things took an even stranger turn. The beam itself created another hole, forming a direct path between the two. Just like the infamous Norway Spiral, this mysterious sight left viewers speechless. Glowing symbol. A quiet morning took a strange turn when a farmer found a glowing plus-shaped symbol in his field. But this wasn't just any mark. The center pulsated with an eerie, liquid-like energy, shifting as if forming something unseen. The remote location only added to the mystery, with netizens convinced it wasn't random. Similar symbols have popped up in isolated areas, sparking theories that unknown forces are choosing these hidden spots for reasons we can't yet explain. Parking lot UFO.
Unchecked, this could decide the outcome.
One night, a guy in a parking lot looked up and froze as a huge disc-shaped ship hovered above, buzzing with energy. Its engine spun up, creating a bright, swirling glow, while hot particles shot out, lighting up the sky. Then just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished into the night. Sky doorway.
Oh god.
One night in 2019, Bangalore's sky lit up with an intense, blinding glow, but what happened next left people stunned. Right in the middle of this strange light, a dark, perfectly shaped shadow formed, almost like a massive doorway floating in the sky. It wasn't a normal cloud shadow, it was sharp, clear, and way too precise to be random. The glow itself was so powerful it overpowered the city lights, making the whole scene feel completely unreal.
This looks like a boat and this looks like a doll.
Yeah.
Radiant experiment. Strange stories of man-made portals have circulated before, but this one felt different. A man casually placed a glowing lamp on his bed while tinkering on his laptop when suddenly a radiant hole opened above the lamp. Through it, a shimmering green land appeared, glowing with an unearthly light. Just as the mystery deepened, the video abruptly cut off. People began comparing it to the infamous Montauk Project, where secret experiments with time and portals were rumored for decades. Sun sonic boom.
So I thought it'd be kind to ask.
In 2022, an Australian man captured something truly unreal. The sun burned intensely before suddenly erupting with a massive sonic boom. In an instant, the entire sky turned blinding white. Then, as the light faded, the sun disappeared, replaced by a swirling intergalactic portal or black hole glowing with a luminous halo. Locals believe this was a space-time shift, exposing an interdimensional rift.
What do you think? Should I alert the local authorities?
Midnight Sky Party. A man heard strange noises outside his home, so he stepped out to investigate. What he saw was unreal, a glowing UFO hovering above the clouds, flashing bright lights in every direction, almost like a party in the sky. The lights pulsed in a steady rhythm, as if the craft was sending a signal, or maybe just showing off. No one knows for certain. The man recorded as much as he could before the UFO vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence that stayed in the air. Lightning portal. Texas is no stranger to UFO sightings, but this one is on another level. In 2011, a young boy recorded a metallic disc hovering over his yard, glowing from underneath. Suddenly, lightning cracked above it, and a bright white portal formed in the clouds. The craft slowly ascended, vanishing into the glowing rift as the sky lit up. The portal flickered, almost alive before closing. Some people believe these lightning portals are energy fields, and this footage might be proof that they can open on command. It's a pretty wild theory, but it's definitely possible. Debris trail. A group of friends was having a normal night when one of them suddenly pointed up, eyes wide. An explosion erupted in the sky, sending debris falling. But here's the crazy part. The falling pieces left behind a glowing, colorful trail, almost like a rainbow. It was beautiful but completely unreal. They all just stood there, speechless, watching the sky like they had just stepped into a sci-fi movie. What did they just witness?
That's wild.
Glitch in skies. In 2023, a strange portal-like formation appeared in the sky over China, grabbing everyone's attention. Unlike the usual perfect circles, this one had a straight line cutting across the bottom, almost like it was glitching. Its outer edges looked like clouds, but inside, the sky didn't match the one around it. Witnesses think a space-time disturbance might have caused it, stopping it from fully forming. Demonic Watcher. In Turkey, a woman was filming a storm when she suddenly froze in shock. Right in the middle of those dark, swirling clouds, she saw a face. And not just any face, it looked like something straight out of a nightmare. It had a creepy, almost demonic vibe, and the lightning flashing around it made it even spookier. Thankfully, she managed to capture it all on camera. If she had just told people what she saw, no one would have believed her. Mysterious Void. One night in Mexico, a man filmed something eerie above a busy road, a dark hole floating silently in the sky. Its faint, smoky outline barely stood out against the night backdrop, but it was definitely there, unmoving. It looked like a black hole, yet nothing was being pulled in. Instead, it just hovered there, almost as if it was watching. Some people called it a doorway, a passage waiting for the right moment to open. Others claimed it was just a rare cloud formation, but no one could say for sure what it really was. Ring of Doom. In Thailand, locals were left in shock when a massive fiery ring lit up the sky. They dubbed it the Ring of Fire. As it was captured from multiple angles, the most striking footage showed the ring growing inside a gap filled with clouds before bursting outward in a spectacular display. The bright edges glowed intensely with flashes of light shooting from its center. Many netizens speculated that a colossal craft or mothership caused the event, briefly tearing the sky open before sealing it shut in seconds. Otherworldly rings. In 2023, a hiker captured something strange over the Pico de Orizaba mountain range. Portal-like rings floating in the sky. A bright white border outlined the circle, while a smoky wave stretched downward. Inside the ring, the sky's colors seemed to shift, creating an almost magical effect. The ring's perfect symmetry and solid edges set it apart from regular weather patterns. This definitely wasn't just random. Smoky ring. One evening in China, a gigantic smoky ring appeared in the sky, grabbing everyone's attention. People whipped out their phones and started filming, and soon the footage spread all over social media. Experts dismissed it as just a weird cloud, but not everyone was convinced. Some believed it was a portal, while others thought something significant was being kept under wraps. Even with the official explanation, plenty of folks stuck to their belief that they had just witnessed something beyond the ordinary. Mexican surprise.
Well, the sun is rising.
On March 17th, 2023, Laredo, Mexico woke up to a sunrise that looked like it was plucked from another world. The sky erupted in fiery reds and deep oranges, swirling through stormy clouds as strong winds added to the dramatic scene. Locals couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual was happening. Was it a rare weather phenomenon or something more mysterious? Either way, it transformed an ordinary morning into an unforgettable spectacle, leaving everyone in awe of nature's raw power.
Very stormy sky.
Disappearing act.
Through plenty of times. This is no big deal.
He was walking toward a glowing, floating portal, and in the next second, he's gone. The footage, with no clear origin, shows the Stargate hovering mid-air as kids watch in shock. Inside the portal, a whole other world, eerily similar to Earth, but with two suns shining brightly above. If this isn't some elaborate trick, it could mean that alternate dimensions or parallel universes are real, with no scientific explanation. This mind-bending event remains one of the most baffling sightings ever caught on camera.
There are two suns. Right off there, one, and there's a lesser sun like right there.
Monterey UFO show. Monterey's night sky transformed into a sci-fi scene when multiple bright blue UFOs shot upward, leaving glowing trails behind them. Witnesses stood frozen, struggling to process what had just happened. Seriously, what was that? The lights moved too fast and too precisely, as if they were on a mission. Some people suggested they were advanced drones, but no drone moves like that. Maybe it was interdimensional travelers making their exit, or just a cosmic light show we weren't invited to. Either way, Monterey just scored a story for the ages. Silent descent. A blazing blue light streaked down from the sky, diving straight into the sea without so much as a splash. Witnesses stood frozen as the glow pulsed for a moment before vanishing beneath the waves. No explosion, no trace, just gone. The footage may look shaky, like it was filmed on a roller coaster, but at least it captured the moment. Netizens claim it was advanced technology, while others believe something otherworldly just slipped into the ocean. Miami Mall mystery. A typical day at Miami's Bayside Marketplace turned into a wild and unforgettable experience. A blinding light suddenly flashed just above the tiled floor, leaving shoppers in a state of shock. The glow expanded into a spinning, pulsing vortex, its edges rippling like waves of energy. Within seconds, it collapsed, disappearing without a trace. Witnesses were left shaken, some convinced they had just seen something not of this world. Circles of mystery. The skies over Russia turned into a bizarre show when two giant smoky circles appeared, perfectly intertwined. Some folks wondered if one was an entrance and the other an exit. But then, things became even stranger. A smaller circle formed inside one of them, almost like a piece of a bigger puzzle. For those watching, it felt like they were witnessing an otherworldly machine in action, something far beyond our comprehension. Plasma portal. A stunning display lit up the night sky, stopping witnesses in their tracks. A glowing orb pulsed with shifting colors, twisting and reshaping like a living kaleidoscope. Those who studied the footage labeled it a rare plasma portal, an advanced energy phenomenon unlike anything seen before. The implications are mind-boggling. South Portal. A security camera in South Carolina captured a moment that felt straight out of a sci-fi thriller. A man walked into his house and shut the door, completely unaware that behind him, a smoky-edged portal had begun to form. Instead of a dark void, this one glowed with an intense purple light, revealing something bright inside. Even stranger, the portal seemed to react to his presence, almost as if it had been triggered by him. The rare purple hue is often linked to high-energy phenomena, making this footage all the more intriguing. Miami disappearance. In 2009, a strange glowing portal appeared just above the ground in a Miami parking lot. A couple in a car spotted it, and the man stepped closer, only to completely disappear as he walked inside. The portal emitted an eerie blue glow, a color often linked to high-energy forces. Moments later, it shut instantly, leaving no trace behind. The woman, surprised and panicked, ran to get help. She was sure it was advanced technology, while others believed it was a temporary doorway open just long enough for one person to step through. Rooftop revelation. These group of friends were on a rooftop and thought they were simply watching a storm roll in until they spotted something strange. Dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and right in the middle of the chaos, a perfect black circle appeared, featuring a glowing cross at its center. Not your typical thunderstorm sight. Whether this was an unexplained weather anomaly or something far stranger, one thing's for sure, if the sky starts looking like a cryptic message, it's probably best to head indoors. Rare sighting. Passengers on a routine flight spotted something that left them stunned. A perfectly shaped glowing ring floating above the clouds. Its bright blue and white edges flickered like an energy field, standing out against the sky. People scrambled for their phones, trying to capture the bizarre sight. Some online users called it a rare weather phenomenon, while others were convinced it was something more, maybe even a portal. Norway's mystery. In December 2009, Norway's night sky put on a show that was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. A massive swirling hole appeared out of nowhere, looking like it ripped straight through the atmosphere. It was like a portal to another dimension or something. The eerie sight quickly hit news stations worldwide, leaving people wondering what just happened. While officials tried to brush it off as a failed rocket test, UFO enthusiasts weren't convinced. With Norway's long history of strange aerial events, many believed this was something bigger. Maybe even a portal opening up above. Redwood encounter. A hiker's trip through Redwood National Park took an unexpected turn when he caught something bizarre on camera. A dense, smoky figure was hovering among the trees, and then, out of nowhere, a small object shot forward in a straight line, almost like a drone on a mission. But this wasn't just mist. It looked like a concentrated energy field, something unnatural. Similar sightings link these smoky forms to possible portals, leading many to believe this could be a gateway between worlds. She's gone. It was just another peaceful evening by the pool for a couple until everything changed. The lights flickered and then cut out completely. Out of nowhere, the man's wife disappeared. 1 second, she was sitting right beside him. The next, gone without a trace. He searched everywhere, around the pool, inside the house, calling her name, but there was nothing. Desperate for answers, he checked the security footage. What it showed was just the eerie light in the sky, and then, nothing. She was simply gone. Two-legged mystery. Have you ever heard of a two-legged monster? Late one night on an empty street, something strange unfolded. A figure was walking down the road, but it had no upper body, just legs. The legs moved naturally as if an invisible person was walking. Those who saw it were left speechless, unable to explain what it was. Some called it a paranormal entity, a bizarre creature beyond our understanding. Whatever it was, it definitely sent chills down my spine. Entering and vanishing. A security camera in an empty room of a house being renovated caught something that will give you chills. The footage shows a figure at the window, but instead of opening it, the figure just passes right through the glass, like it wasn't even there. The creature wasn't tall, but thin, and it moved slowly because it was an intruder, and that's when it moved like a flash and disappeared, almost knocking over the ladder. The footage is creepy, and it's left a lot of people wondering what this thing was and what it wanted. Jacking shadow. On a street in India, a shadow slipped out from behind a parked car. It looked like an ordinary person, but as it stepped into the light, it was clear that something was off. Its body shape was just wrong, almost human, but off in a way that made your brain do a double take. It moved slowly, scanning its surroundings like it was looking for something. Maybe it was a lost tourist, or maybe it was something more sinister. Reptilian caught. Selena Gomez stepped onto the red carpet, looking fabulous as always. But then she made a misstep and twisted her foot, nearly taking a tumble. At first, it seemed like just an awkward moment. But when fans checked the footage, things got strange. As she tried to get back up, her foot looked incredibly flexible, almost unnatural. It didn't move like a normal foot does. That's when the internet exploded with theories. Was it just a camera trick, or did we accidentally catch something truly odd on tape? Elevator to hell. This is exactly why I always choose the stairs. A woman stepped into an elevator that already felt off. The doors closed, but instead of stopping, the elevator just kept going. Then there was this eerie sound coming from below, a deep, unsettling noise. When it finally stopped, the woman looked completely dazed, like she was in a trance. And then she made a choice that sent chills down my spine. She stepped out. Let's just say, wherever that elevator took her, she might not be coming back. Jellyfish portals. In 2012, tourists near Angkor Wat in Cambodia witnessed something bizarre, a jellyfish-like portal floating gracefully in the sky. At first, it seemed like an unusual cloud, but then a dark object slipped out of it. Could it be a UFO? Maybe even a hidden mothership using the clouds for cover? The craft glided smoothly before vanishing back into the mist, almost like it had always been there. This strange moment caught on camera is definitely a travel story that will stick with you forever. Transparent anomaly. In 2022, a security camera in Berlin captured an unexplainable object moving so quickly it was nearly impossible to see it in detail. What made it even stranger was the trail it left behind, resembling a spider spinning a silvery web in the air. Some believed it was a new type of drone, while others suggested something much more mysterious. Despite countless people analyzing the video, the true identity of the flying object remains a mystery. Mystery, Michigan. Late one night in Michigan, a strange orange light appeared in the sky over a quiet neighborhood. At first, it looked like a glowing orb, but then it slowly transformed into a long, bright shape glowing yellow-orange from within. It just hovered above a house, completely still. People watching had no words. Was it something natural or something unknown? Some believed it was a portal to another world, while others thought it might be a rare weather phenomenon. Moon Gateway. Not all portals are on Earth, some might exist deep in space. This idea gained traction when an astronaut captured something incredible, a double-disc UFO slipping into a dark opening on the moon's surface. The hole swallowed the craft completely, then sealed shut as if it had never been there at all. This hidden gateway adds to the long-standing mystery of secret alien bases on the moon, offering another eerie clue that we might not be alone out there. UFO Trail. This bizarre sight was captured over Poland and had people staring at the sky, a black, dish-shaped craft hovering in midair with a dark, smoky figure trailing right behind it. The smoke wasn't fully visible, almost like a glitch in reality. I think the UFO was malfunctioning, while others believe the smoke was part of an advanced propulsion system. Given how these eerie trails are often linked to strange energy fields, this sighting had everyone wondering if they just witnessed a rift in space and time. Japan Sky Mystery. Earlier this year, Japan was hit by a powerful earthquake, but the shaking ground wasn't the only surprise. A massive flash of light streaked across the sky during the quake, leaving people stunned. The next morning, a perfectly circular cloud appeared in the clear blue sky, almost like the sky had been stamped with a mysterious mark. Was it just a natural weather effect or something linked to the earthquake? Whatever the case, it left everyone baffled. Mystery Floater. Glowing orbs are always intriguing, and this one was no different. A home security camera recently caught a small glowing orb floating in the air. It hovered for a moment before gliding smoothly through a fence. It didn't slow down or bounce off, just passed straight through like it was made of pure energy. The light from the orb was soft but steady, casting a gentle glow against the dark night. What's even more mysterious is how quiet it was. No sounds, no sudden movements. It was as if the orb was just floating there, observing its surroundings. Spybird. Birds are pretty normal, right? They fly around, chirp, and go about their day. But what if one of them had a flashing light? People spotted a bird in the sky, and at first it looked like any ordinary crow. But as it moved, something strange happened. A small light kept blinking from its body. Nobody knew what was going on. They guessed it was a tracking tag, while others thought it might be a camera, or even a Chinese robot bird.
Are they using birds to monitor us?
Teleporting mystery. A street interview took a bizarre turn when a man suddenly appeared out of thin air. No portal, no distortion, just instant arrival. What made it even weirder? He acted completely unfazed, as if teleportation was just another day for him. Unlike other so-called teleportation clips that show glitches or environmental shifts, this one was eerily smooth and silent. It's a clip that has sparked a lot of debate and speculation. Was this a prank or something more extraordinary? I personally believe this could be leaked proof of secret experiments, maybe even tied to the mysteries of Area 51. Volcanic doorway. While exploring near an active volcano at night, this hiker caught something bizarre on camera. It was a glowing doorway that appeared for a split second before vanishing. After posting it online, the clip took off, fueling theories about hidden alien bases beneath volcanoes. Unexplained Griever. Cemeteries have always had a spooky vibe, haven't they? Over 10 years ago, a man filmed a quiet cemetery, not thinking much of it at the time. Recently, while rewatching the footage, he spotted something strange, a tall humanoid figure standing in the background. As the camera moved, something suddenly rushed past the screen. It was fast, almost too fast to comprehend. Some believe it could have been a gray alien. After all, aliens and cemeteries don't usually go together. Or do they? Either way, that's one video you definitely wouldn't want to watch alone in the dark. Night walkers. Ever wonder what your doorbell camera might catch in the middle of the night? Well, in Dallas, Texas, one Ring camera recorded something downright unsettling. The grainy footage showed two figures gliding across a driveway, and let me tell you, these weren't your typical people or animals. Their bodies looked odd, with strange proportions, and they moved in a way that didn't seem natural at all. It was as if they were gliding smoothly, almost like they weren't walking. These mysterious beings passed by the camera completely unaware they were being watched. Eerie Mall event. Late at night, when the mall was nearly empty, a security camera captured something truly eerie. A tall figure appeared on the screen, but it didn't resemble a normal person. Its body shape was bizarre, with long limbs and huge black eyes. Even the way it moved seemed unnatural, slow, and almost too smooth for comfort. The security team couldn't believe their eyes. They thought it might be a prank, but no. This footage was crystal clear. Fiery glimpse. Late at night, a passenger filmed the city lights below when something truly unreal caught his eye. Clouds ablaze, but these flames didn't spread. They just hovered in midair, frozen in place, as if caught between two realities. At first, the passenger thought it was a glitch, a brief moment where two dimensions overlapped, giving him a sneak peek into another world. Then just as quickly as it appeared, the fiery glow vanished. You can bet that the passenger spent the rest of the flight staring at his phone, wondering if he really saw it, or if reality had just glitched out on him. Open discussion. A security camera in Russia captured something absolutely wild. A woman was simply standing by the road when a glowing portal suddenly popped open right in front of her. Before anyone could react, she stepped in and vanished. No trace, nothing. But here's the creepier part. Just before it happened, she moved her hands, almost as if she knew it was coming. People online can't seem to agree. Was she pulled in, or did she choose to go? Either way, that footage is truly unreal.
What is a time traveler? And Nikola Tesla made it possible. In 1943, Nikola Tesla died in a New York hotel. Among his confiscated belongings was a formula called the chronofrequency equation, a theoretical method to bend time using electromagnetic fields. The government seized his documents and gave them to John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, who claimed they were worthless. But here's where things get scary. Shortly after, the U.S. Navy launched Project Rainbow, using ideas extracted from Tesla's secret notes. Officially, their goal was to make ships invisible to radar. But on October 28, 1943, the USS Eldridge vanished from radar and reappeared miles away. Seconds later, it was back in Philadelphia, as if it had never moved. Years before all this, in the late 19th century, a writer named Ingersoll Lockwood wrote a strange story about a boy named Baron Trump, guided by a man named John, who finds portals beneath New York. Initially considered fantasy, but over 100 years later, readers noticed odd connections to the Trump family, including Donald Trump's youngest son's name, Baron. Is it mere coincidence? Or perhaps there's much more we don't know.
In Switzerland, scientists have unveiled a crystal battery capable of powering devices, and even cities, for centuries without ever recharging.
This isn't a battery, it's a reactor. By applying precise sonic pressure to these synthetic quartz crystals, we force them to release their internal charge. This small unit produces nearly 10,000 watts of power. It doesn't use fuel, it doesn't get hot, and it will last for decades.
Brown. Vital interface online. Heart rate steady. Oxygen at 98%. Biometric scan complete. Power reserve charged. All systems stable. Ready for deployment.
This isn't a concept. This is real motion, turned into energy. No battery, no plug, just magnets, copper, and precision. Spin it, and power appears.
No outlet, no problem, just motion. Every spin creates power. Built for travel, ready wherever you land.
Deadlines don't wait. Neither should power. One spin creates real electricity. No outlets, no batteries, just motion. Right on your desk.
You hate buying chargers? Me too. My phone's at 1%. Watch this. I built a chaotic oscillator coil on the generator. I don't even need to plug it in. Just get close to the field. Charging. Free energy for your DMs.
Nunca te arrepientas de tener un buen corazón. Aunque la vida te haya hecho pedazos, aunque las decepciones hayan dejado cicatrices, no cambies tu esencia. Porque ser bueno, en un mundo tan frío, es un acto de...
Experience the future of power with Thinx Creative. Introducing our magnetic soundless generator, the most trusted name in free energy. Silent, sustainable, and built for you. Switch to the smarter way to power your world. Thinks Creative, innovation you can trust. Thinks Creative.
This is an updated free energy generator. This generator has won the hearts of many people today. The generator is as beautiful to look at as it is good at generating electricity. Thinks Creative will be with you. Thank you all.
Tesla was right. We don't need to burn anything. There is a 300,000 volt difference between the ground and the upper atmosphere. This balloon is just a straw dipping into that ocean of energy. Listen to that snap. That's pure raw electricity coming straight from the air. We are literally lighting up the world using the sky itself.
Not only did they erase Tartaria, 1776 was the year everything changed. In 1776, the Illuminati was founded in Bavaria. The Rothschild banking empire began its global expansion. The American Revolution broke out. Tartaria began to disappear from the maps. all in the same year. Coincidence? Tartaria was not a myth. It was a vast, ancient civilization with advanced free energy technology, great architecture using sacred geometry, a harmonious way to live with natural law, knowledge of the ether. They buried Tartaria, literally, with mud floods, natural disasters, and a new history. Once they buried the old world, they created the new one. Central banks, slavery by debt, maritime law, artificial scarcity, indoctrination through education, all funded by the same families. The Rothschilds didn't just fund empires, they funded restarts and deleted everything that didn't serve the system of control. Tartaria was way too free, way too advanced, way too powerful. So they turned everything upside down. Free energy became fossil fuel. The truth became a conspiracy. The spirit became religion. Nature has become a resource. Freedom became an illusion. 1776 wasn't the beginning, it was the cover. We are the generation that rediscovers what they tried to delete. Tartaria was real. The ether is real. And the truth is no longer hidden.
My name is Charles Formosa, and this is my study into Tartarian empires. There are more than one, and they have incredible relationships with other countries and nations that we know more about. This is my conversation with Potentials with Lija, who can also be found on TikTok at Potentials with Lija.
A lot of those big, beautiful buildings into asylums. And that's where they would put people that disagreed with the narrative.
Those asylums also looked insane. They also looked like mansions and palaces.
Yeah, castles, mansions, right? They definitely were
But the point here, I agree with you. But the point here is, yes, the cities were here, and this is what the cities looked like. Chilaga, which was the original name for Chicago, was too big to turn into a world fair, so they just had to live there. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So you will see hieroglyphs and Egyptian references all over Chicago.
They still had a world fair in Chicago, and they did manage to destroy a lot of those buildings afterwards.
But there's just too many buildings. You can't destroy everything.
They can't. There were too many, and there still are today.
They're still there. They find them all the time. Facades and people renovate their house, and suddenly there's some intricate terracotta tiling behind a flat, concrete wall. It's beautiful. Yeah. Some of these buildings are obviously old anyway. There's photos of them. You can't hide them.
Right.
Yeah. But you've got gigantic town halls and very small villages in the United States. And people say, people are waking up and saying, "Oh, look at this. This looks really Roman. Maybe it's not 1800s. Maybe it's 1600s. Maybe it's 9th century."
Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane? Or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant, and there's thousands of millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator, And because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on. It's about total control, mental, physical, spiritual, every way, shape, form possible.
You have to remember how big of a conspiracy this is. This isn't talking about just the JFK thing or isn't talking about just 9/11. It's on an umbrella kind of system to where it is the biggest deception that there is. It actually exposes every other deception, and nothing else brings down the power of the elite because it really exposes education, science, the economy, television, museums, universities. Think of all the things that have been fooled. I feel worse for the people that are out there building satellites, the people that are out there actually working for these space agencies, the people out there teaching in schools as professors, because they would all come to the conclusion eventually, once this gets out, that they've all been contributing to the lie.
I recently came across this book. I was out in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. This book is from 1777. America was 1 year old at the time. The name of this book is right here. It's the Universal Geographical Grammar from 1777. I'll be going through this book, making a lot of videos. There's some crazy stuff in here. I'm just going to give a quick preview of this because there's things in here like, so here's the opening map. Here's the opening map of the world. And right, let's see, right? Hold on. Right here, Eastern Tartary, and right here is Western Tartary, and there's China, and what we'll get into farther back is going to be Chinese Tartary also. And then over here, the lower half of America is Florida, the left side, you can see California, and the whole top is empty, and there is no Canada. So then, we'll go to the next one. This is the doctrine of the sphere. Here is the artificial sphere. Because the world was coming from being flat and going into being a globe. And right here you've got the doctrine.
The great gathering of the elites of 1947 was not merely a luxurious party in Switzerland, attended by the powerful and demonic hosts. It was also a celebration of the opening of two great portals in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the preceding years. The atomic bombs did not just claim the innocent lives of more than 240,000 people through impact and radiation. The war had already been won. They also tore the fabric of space-time. Such was the release of energy from the warheads, coupled with the massive suffering of the victims. That was planned from the start. A great ritual for Moloch, the ancient demon of old. Through these rifts, a vast number of demons and interdimensional beings crossed over. Inhabitants of other indescribable hellish planes, distant underworlds now brought closer. These beings arrived with a purpose already in mind, a plan that had been underway for millennia and was now entering its final stages. But that is a subject for another entry. Now it was time for the powerful to celebrate their dark conquests for...
Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. All I wanna do is take your money. All I wanna do is take your money. All I wanna do is take your money. All I wanna do is take your money.
Far from any city, buried deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska, there's a field of antennas so large you can see it from space. They call it HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Officially, it's a research facility built to study the ionosphere, the electrified skin of our atmosphere where solar winds slam into Earth's magnetic field. But here's where it gets strange. Some believe HAARP isn't just listening to the sky. They believe it's talking to it, and that it can change what happens below. Storms that appear out of nowhere, heat waves in places that should be frozen, floods that break records, droughts that last for years. The theory? By blasting powerful radio waves into the upper atmosphere, HAARP can heat specific pockets of air. That heat changes air pressure. Air pressure changes wind. Wind.
We look back at the 1893 World's Fair, everybody has umbrellas, even when it was not raining. Because what you'd find is these umbrellas were harnessing the ether. Because just like the men would use copper and brass canes, women would use copper and brass umbrellas. And what you'd actually find is these umbrellas would have copper antennas at the tops of them. Because just like the old world buildings with the antennas that contained red mercury and copper, they then applied it to umbrellas. So when a person would hold an umbrella, that umbrella was harnessing atmospherical energy or the ether, which as a result would charge them and instantaneously heal them. And this is where the whole don't use an umbrella during a lightning storm came from. Because the old world umbrellas were lined with copper, which as a result would conduct all of that electricity and static from the atmosphere, which is the ether. And so when they would hold that umbrella, it would be charging them and boosting their frequency and instantaneously healing them. And just like copper canes, copper-lined umbrellas were replaced by the elites with metals like aluminium, which are much lower frequencies and don't have the ability to utilize the ether. So ether umbrellas is a very interesting one.
It's a plane, it's a cycle, it's super amphibious. Actually, it's in the helicopter family. A single-place job with typical motorcycle handlebar steering and standard outboard racing model engine. At the controls of the craft they're calling the Helivector is the man who developed it, Louis C. McCarty. Roll and pitch are accomplished merely by shifting the pilot's weight. The test flight is in suburban New York. Not too much height today, but for an extra eyeful, no hands. Who knows, commuters, this could be your 5:15 of tomorrow. Down to a pontoon landing in the water. And as the motor purrs to a halt, we say farewell for now to a unique flying machine.
हमें सिखाया जाता है कि शक्ति चालित उड़ान हवाई जहाजों से शुरू हुई, लेकिन क्या होता अगर दुनिया के सबसे महान आविष्कारकों में से एक ने पहले ही किसी बहुत ज्यादा उन्नत चीज की कल्पना कर ली होती? निकोला टेस्ला ने सिर्फ बिजली के साथ प्रयोग नहीं किया, उनका मानना था कि प्रणोदन की ही फिर से कल्पना की जा सकती है। कई साक्षात्कारों और लेखों में टेस्ला ने एक ऐसी उड़ने वाली मशीन का वर्णन किया जिसमें कोई पंख नहीं, कोई प्रोपेलर नहीं और कोई ईंधन दहन नहीं होता। इसके बजाय यह विद्युत बलों, वायुमंडल के गुणों और पर्यावरण से ली गई ऊर्जा का उपयोग करके काम करती है। टेस्ला ने दावा किया कि ऐसा विमान पारंपरिक वायुगतिकी पर निर्भर हुए बिना मंडरा सकता है, चुपचाप चल सकता है और अत्यधिक गति से यात्रा कर सकता है। उन्होंने यह भी कहा कि उनका डिजाइन पारंपरिक विमानों को अप्रचलित कर देगा, तो हमने इसे कभी क्यों नहीं देखा? टेस्ला ने वायरलेस ऊर्जा प्रसारण, विद्युत चुंबकीय प्रणोदन और विद्युत क्षेत्रों के नियंत्रण से संबंधित तकनीकों के लिए पेटेंट दायर किए, लेकिन उड़ने वाली मशीन के लिए विस्तृत योजनाएं कभी जारी नहीं की गई। 1923 में टेस्ला की मृत्यु के बाद उनके कागजात जब्त कर लिए गए, वर्गीकृत किए गए और सरकारी अधिकारियों द्वारा उनकी समीक्षा की गई। कुछ दस्तावेज बाद में लौटा दिए गए, अन्य नहीं लौटाए गए। उसी समय विमानन इतिहास ने एक बहुत अलग रास्ता अपनाया। ईंधन आधारित इंजन, पंख, प्रोपेलर, जेट टरबाइन। टेस्ला के विचार बातचीत से गायब हो गए। कुछ शोधकर्ताओं का मानना है कि उनकी उड़ने वाली मशीन उसी सिद्धांत पर निर्भर थी जिस पर उनका मुक्त ऊर्जा का काम था, एक ऐसी ऊर्जा जिसे आसानी से मापा नहीं जा सकता, जिसका स्वामित्व नहीं किया जा सकता या नियंत्रित नहीं किया जा सकता।
You still there? I've got it. Yeah.
Вот она, милая. Сейчас будет пятница, шибает. Давай, давай, вали отсюда!
Let me show you something. I am not allowed to say where I am right now, but check this out. We call it the sport model here. All right, hear me out. This thing has been levitating with anti-gravity for over 70 years. Under the new declassification law, we're now authorized to gradually reveal what's been hidden from the public for decades. Okay, guys, I'm out. Catch you soon.
Keep it steady. Just get the shot.
I am. It's real. People are gonna lose their minds when this hits.
Keep moving. Don't stay in the open.
Once it's up, it goes viral.
We're coming
everywhere.
back.
Post it tonight. Don't wait.
Footsteps. Someone's coming.
Right there! Hands up! Stop recording! Hand over your phones now!
Go! Go! What is this?
Hey, you! Stop right there!
Oh crap!
Sir, you're not authorized.
This is one of the UFOs they record here in Area 51. I can't believe I'm actually seeing this. Look at it. It's alive or something.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, shit.
Heads up! Test is a go!
This is Bob, and he's been here since 2012. His craft crashed just outside Spring Creek. All right, watch out. Testing.
Reverse engineering is tough. Some of these things are thousands of years old. Tech we've never seen before. This one is a dud. Haven't been able to get anything out of it for years.
I started working at the facility right around 1975. It was in 1992 that I took over as project lead.
Back in the
late 70s, early 80s, those were fun times.
Yeah.
We were getting new craft in every few months. We'd take them out for a spin like we got a new Dodge or something. There weren't cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
Not like it is now.
God, I haven't been in here in ages. This is where we did a lot of the reverse engineering work.
This is one of the big boys, found off the coast of North Carolina?
South Carolina? These are some of the holding tanks where we keep the ETs. They're not going to let me show you the filled ones, though.
Most people are like, I would love to work there, see what's going on. It's actually pretty boring most of the time.
Yeah.
This is the basement here, where most of the research is. You weren't supposed to see that. New craft day. New craft day. Those are still exciting every time. I usually send the younger guys in first. These things can be cramped, not made for a 6-foot man with a bad back. Each one is slightly different tech. Some have controls, some don't. Always an adventure figuring them out. Do you want to try going up in one? It'll blow your mind.
Were you familiar with the alleged alien J-Rod?
J-Rod? Of course. We all knew J-Rod, although he claimed he wasn't an alien. He said he was a human from the future.
He did help us locate 3 crashed craft, so he was definitely something.
It was sad. He had a lot of health problems, but a great guy and one heck of a card player. What did I take away from working on this project? We're children in a very old universe, and we're just starting to meet some of the neighbors.
Anything else I'd like people to know about my work here? I guess that we're working on the biggest questions that face humanity. What does it all mean? And what is our place in the universe? It's pretty wild.
Beyond the dome of Earth, past the boundaries we were taught to believe were the edge of existence, there are other domed lands, many lands. 178, to be exact. Hidden from our knowledge, sealed away by those who control history, these lands stretch beyond the known world, each with its own civilizations, beings, and mysteries. Some are lush and teeming with life, others are harsh and unwelcoming, yet all exist under grand domes of their own, forming a vast interconnected reality that few have ever glimpsed. One of these lands is called the Lands of Saturn, a place so distant and enigmatic that only a few even believe it exists. Hidden beyond the deepest oceans of Terra Infinita, where the infinite ocean stretches forever, the Saturnians have lived undisturbed for eons. The Saturnians are giants, towering beings, some reaching heights of 14 meters. But their true power isn't just in their size. Their psychic abilities are unmatched, and their technology surpasses anything the known lands have ever seen. Unlike other civilizations, they were never conquered, never enslaved. Even their massive rings, visible from afar, couldn't lure invaders foolish enough to challenge them. For ages, they remained untouched, until the Anunnaki arrived. The Anunnaki, masters of manipulation, believed they could do what they had always done, dominate and control. But Saturn was different. There were no rulers to bribe, no hierarchy to infiltrate. The Saturnians lived in pure equilibrium, making decisions through collective psychic will. No kings, no governments, no single leader to corrupt. At first, the Anunnaki sought an alliance, pretending to be friends, eager to learn from the Saturnians. They discovered secrets of the great domes, the hidden mechanics of reality itself. But when the Anunnaki asked for help in their grand conquest of the celestial lands, the answer was a firm no. Saturnians do not conquer, they do not enslave. To them, all life is sacred. This refusal sent shockwaves through the cosmic order. The custodians of reality, the hidden rulers behind history's resets, had always feared the Saturnians. They knew these beings were beyond their control. Across different resets of civilization, the Saturnians have traveled to the known lands, leaving behind myths, legends, and clues carved into mountains, frozen in stone, or hidden within towering trees. Some even walked alongside the Anakim giants, their presence immortalized in stories twisted over time by those who wanted to erase the truth. The Anunnaki and their allies saw the Saturnians as a threat, an obstacle to their domination of the celestial lands. What if they still walk among us, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves again?
They're not clones. It's worse than that. Everyone's talking about celebrity clones, but what if I told you it's not cloning? It's something the Bible warned us about 3,000 years ago. And you've seen it. Your favorite artist suddenly acts different, or your favorite actor, a different energy, different eyes, and people say they cloned them. But listen, cloning is the cover story for what's actually happening. The Canaanites practiced child sacrifice to Moloch, but it wasn't just killing. In Leviticus 18 and 21, they call it passing through the fire. They were performing soul transfer rituals, harvesting life force and putting entities into other bodies. That technology never died. It just went underground. When someone signs their life away to the industry, that's a covenant. It's a trauma-based programming, and it fractures the original soul. And rituals create the opening. The original person dies spiritually, and a prepared entity walks its way on in the same body but a different driver. And that's why they seem off. In Mark 5 and 9, it says legion, multiple entities in one body, familiar spirits. In Leviticus 19 and 31, it says demons that mimic the person they replaced. This isn't new. It's ancient Canaanite tech repackaged for entertainment industrial complex. It explains sudden personality changes, lost memories, and different mannerisms, and doing unspeakable things without remorse, because their conscious left, and what's operating now is something else entirely. They don't clone bodies, they steal them, and you're watching it happen in real time.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
تحياتنا للأصدقاء في النجوم.
Здравствуйте, приветствую вас. Сантьягури салути.
Конничева. Оgenki desu ka?
Access denied. Only on Planetara. The families who sell their children to the social services get them. They say they get them from a foster home, but they don't.
indicates nearly 800 infant remains have been found inside of a septic tank.
toroidal energy, so-called zero-point energy, simply the energy of the universe.
You're talking about free energy?
That we've had since the 40s. No fuel, no flame, no combustion. Simple electromagnetic field.
The danger, really, aliens has the potential of well, the singularity. It's a singularity like a black hole. You don't know what happens after that. Now, what happens when something vastly smarter than the smartest person comes along in silicon form?
Number one, the United States government since July 7, 1947 has collected and has in its possession at least 15 but probably closer to 25 extraterrestrial flying saucers belonging to at least 3 different alien civilizations from far beyond our solar system. At least 5 are undamaged, and the Air Force has flown these under a secret program known as Project Red Light, which is continuing to this date at the Nevada test site, and I'll show you exactly where in a few minutes. Number 2, the United States government has in cryogenic storage at least 30, but maybe closer to 100 alien bodies representing as many as 3 different civilizations from far beyond our solar system. The bodies were or are kept at Wright-Patterson and Homestead Air Force bases, and there is an alien corpse display at the CIA facility in Langley, Virginia. At least 3 of the aliens were captured alive, and 1 is still living up at Groom Lake.
On March 16, 2025, scientists made an earth-shattering discovery inside Egypt's legendary Great Pyramid of Giza. Using revolutionary new satellite technology known as synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography, developed by researchers Filippo Bionde and Corrado Malanga. The team uncovered astonishing hidden structures beneath one of humanity's greatest monuments. Inside the Great Pyramid itself, researchers discovered a massive previously unknown chamber, spanning 5 distinct horizontal levels, intricately designed and deliberately concealed. The secret room has remained untouched for thousands of years, hidden within plain sight. But this discovery was just the beginning. Radar scans penetrating deep beneath the Pyramid of Khafre have revealed 8 perfectly symmetrical cylindrical wells descending an incredible 648 meters over 2,100 feet straight into solid bedrock. These enormous shafts are precisely engineered, arranged methodically in parallel rows, and extend downward into vast cubic formations, nearly 2 kilometers beneath the surface. Each cylindrical shaft measures several meters in diameter, constructed with astonishing accuracy, far surpassing the abilities previously attributed to ancient Egyptian technology. The depth alone defies comprehension. At 648 meters, these wells plunge deeper than the height of the world's tallest skyscrapers, connecting to immense subterranean spaces whose purposes remain utterly mysterious. Even more astonishingly, beneath the entire Giza Plateau lies an expansive network of interconnected chambers, tunnels and massive cubic structures, buried deep underground, stretching for kilometers. The scale and complexity of these underground constructions surpass anything ever imagined by archaeologists or historians, challenging everything we thought we knew about ancient Egypt and its capabilities. Could these enormous wells and hidden chambers represent remnants of a lost civilization, one far more advanced than dynastic Egypt? Ancient Sumerian legends speak clearly of pre-flood civilizations like Atlantis or Mu. Powerful beings, known as the Anunnaki, the Titans, the Atlanteans, who imparted extraordinary knowledge and skills to humanity. Could these newly discovered subterranean structures beneath Giza be physical evidence of these very legends, and most importantly, who has been trying to keep this information suppressed?
In 30 seconds, I am going to show you how the Great Pyramid of Giza was an ancient power plant. The River Nile used to flow beneath the pyramids. This underground flow created something called physioelectric energy due to the interaction with the magnetized crystal granite of the pyramid structure. The ions generated by this flow traveled up into the pyramid's inner chambers, moving towards the Grand Gallery. In the Grand Gallery, there were rods designed to harness this energy, directing it into the king's chamber. Here, the energy was amplified and channeled up through the apex of the pyramid. But it doesn't stop there. Around ancient Egypt, there were crystal granite obelisks strategically placed to capture this ambient wireless electricity. The ancient Egyptians used devices like the Djed, which resembles a Tesla coil, to capture and transfer this energy.
Antarctic humans?
Yeah, you heard that right. They're an advanced branch of ancient polar hominids, okay? These beings have been thriving down there for centuries, untouched, unseen. They don't leave because they don't need to. Their biology is hardwired for this brutal, ice-covered world. Think about it. They're like us, but not. Snow white hair, skin so pale it's almost translucent. And listen, this isn't some struggling hidden tribe.
This is the southwest face of Mount Eppley. Not much to go, maybe 500 meters vertical. It's a beautiful mountain. Didn't take any photos.
City streets passing by, underneath stormy skies, neon signs in the night, red and blue city lights, cargo trains rolling by. Once again, someone cries. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains and in the sky, a star alone. Every time it's the same. One more night, one more train. Everywhere empty roads. Where they go, no one knows. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains and in the sky, a star alone. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains and in the sky, a star alone. nothing changes. And still there are changes. Le roi est mort. Vive le roi.
thought I got a signal. Our preview of Tomorrowland, a vista into a world of wondrous ideas, signifying man's achievement, a step into the future, with predictions of constructive things to come. Tomorrow offers new frontiers in science, adventure, and ideals, and the hope for a peaceful and unified world.
The site is active.
The greatest minds in history abandoned us, and they don't want us to know about tomorrow. 126 years ago, it began. But now, we must uncover their secrets and stop Plus Ultra. If you discovered a secret place where nothing was impossible, would you keep it to yourself?
Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra is a secret society, comprised of the greatest minds throughout history, that created Tomorrowland. Their motto is Cra est Noster, which means tomorrow is ours in Latin. It was founded in 1889 by Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, Jules Verne, and Gustave Eiffel. It went on to include other members such as Mark Twain, Ray Bradbury, and Walt Disney. By creating Tomorrowland, members hope to build a technologically and scientifically advanced world without hindrance or interference. On September 9, 1889, a secret meeting was held in the private apartment at the top of the Eiffel Tower, during the 1889 Universal Exposition of Paris. Gathered at this meeting were four of the greatest minds of the time: Gustave Eiffel, Thomas Edison, Jules Verne, and Nikola Tesla. Eiffel, the host of the meeting, posed three questions to the men. What is the best possible future for all mankind? How do we make it? How do we make people want it? Each man held a different answer. Edison felt our world to be too fragile for the wrong answer, yet was intrigued by the idea of utopia. Tesla wanted a playground of boundless creativity, free from corrupting influences of any kind. Verne wanted codes of ethics, to remind people what they were working towards and working for. While the men didn't quite meet eye to eye, they agreed and concluded that progress and innovation wasn't moving fast enough, and that they had to put aside their differences and self-interests and work together to make the world better. Thus, led to the formation of a secret society of similar forward-thinking and optimistic people. It was Verne who suggested the name. He remembered that the warning non plus ultra, given to the heroes of antiquity venturing into realms unknown. Thus, they called their society Plus Ultra, Latin for further beyond. By forming this society, they hoped to bring the best and the brightest people together to further drive progress and change the world. On May 17, 1899, Plus Ultra scientists, working in Colorado Springs, detected small, electromagnetic signals of exotic origin. Using experimental technology, they traced the energy signals to a world very much like Earth, except unclaimed and unspoiled. On June 30, 1908, Plus Ultra launched a rocket from Siberia carrying the experimental, exploratory aircraft, the Columbiad, to the other world at 9:32 a.m. later. At exactly 12:47 p.m. Plus Ultra tried and failed to bring back the exposition through nuclear detonation. At 1:47 p.m., they tried again, and detonated another bomb. This time they succeeded, and brought the Columbiad back through a rip in the fabric of reality, with just seconds to spare. Robert Peary reported that the terrain they had surveyed was rich in resources and hospitable for colonization. Filippo Marinetti, on the other hand, was visibly rattled by the experience, and for weeks could only muster one word out of unintelligible speech: beautiful. These experiments would become known as the Tunguska event. In 1926, Plus Ultra was performing experiments with subatomic particle beams to create a seemingly safer way to reach the other world. However, by 1928, it was discovered, when the Society's Zeppelins burst into flames, that the experiments had caused the other world to become uninhabitable. It took several years in man and robot hours to repair the damage. By 1937, Plus Ultra began its running start program, a technique in which Society aircraft made portals to the other world in areas where the fabric of reality is quite thin. Leading this program was Amelia Earhart. In June and July of that year, Earhart began her experiments along the equator, under the guise of a world flight. Aboard her modified plane, the Little Red Bus, she, a Faustus android, and her co-pilot Fred Noonan made several jump attempts in South America, India, and Asia. On July 2nd, they made their final attempt to jump in the Central Pacific. As they were about to break through the reality barrier, they were shot down by Henry Stevens, who was on a nearby island below. Amelia and the Faustus made it to the other world, but at the loss of Noonan. Earhart was later able to make it an old Plus Ultra outpost and contact the others. By 1955, Plus Ultra had a permanent residence at Disneyland, which was created by member Walt Disney. By 1966, Plus Ultra had recruited its last known inductee, Ray Bradbury. Founders of Plus Ultra: Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, Jules Verne, Gustav Eiffel. Later members: Herbert George, H. G. Wells, Samuel Langhorne, Mark Twain, Clemens, Auguste Lumière, Louis Lumière, George Washington Carver, Marie Curie, Bertrand Russell, Hugo Gernsback, Filippo Tommaso Emilio Marinetti, Robert Peary, Albert Einstein, Leo Szilard, Fritz Lang, Howard Hughes, Amelia Earhart, Fred Noonan, John von Neumann, Le Corbusier, Orson Welles, Jacques Cousteau, Walt Disney, Max Stevens, Henry Stevens, David Nix, Carlos Moreau, M.T. Lott, Ray Bradbury, R.S. Abbey. Former members: Werner Rothfong, Friz Dunquist, Frank Walker. From Q Post 3555. Time travel is fun?
Since the dawn of recorded history, mankind has boldly pursued its destiny, bolstered by an unwavering belief in progress. Yet progress has a dark cost. With every advance comes the great temptation to misuse new knowledge for domination. Innovation, if left ungoverned by conscience, can lead to destruction. Yet, there is no such thing as fate. We can, and always must, make our own future. Paris, 1889. A World's Fair just like this one. 4 of the world's most brilliant minds: Edison, Eiffel, Verne, Tesla, come together to form Plus Ultra, a group dedicated to the cultivation of mankind's greatest resource, imagination. And upon that foundation, they would build their dream, a place where nothing was impossible. But no dream can be achieved without struggle. The collective minds of our brilliant membership gave birth to the greatest technological advances of the new century. Each step forward brought new dreams and new nightmares, pushing us ever higher and ever closer to the abyss. In the hands of corporate interests bent on profit, governments locked in perpetual war, the possibility of mutually assured destruction became inevitable. And so, working in secret, free of the corruptions of money, politics, and power, the world's greatest minds have collaborated on another path for humanity. A tomorrow we need not fear, but one we can aspire to. And that, fellow traveler, is why you have been invited here. At long last, we are building that tomorrow. You are about to enter a world of miracles and wonders, a shining beacon of hope for humankind. And in just 20 short years, we will share this extraordinary place with the entire world. So, would you like to see it?
From Q Post 144. Everything has meaning. Disney is a distraction.
Commemorative album, which revolves around his favorite moments. Moments that may be best enjoyed as companions to the attractions themselves. Because we believe each attraction will live on for generations to come, we hope you take pleasure in the message of progress that each has to offer. Now, without any further ado, may the reverie begin.
There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow, shining at the end of every day. There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow, and tomorrow is just a dream away. Man has a dream, and that's the start. He follows his dream with mind and heart. And when it becomes a reality, it's a dream come true for you and me. So there's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow, shining at the end of every day. There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow, just a dream away.
Good. Looks like the Robins are getting ready to celebrate Valentine's Day today.
For Walt and the Society, this is a passion project that ensures things could be
better than they are today.
And in fact, they are. Maybe not in this world, but in a new world to come.
The moving pictures flicker up on a big screen.
We have immersive motion pictures that can show you this world, where we can travel using our minds to prepare our bodies for the inevitable physical journey.
And I even hear tell about two brothers in North Carolina.
Our immersive motion pictures also reveal flying contraptions with the power to reach any moon, any planet. The same power to drive these contraptions can be used to power appliances, transportation, global communications, to power people, to power peace.
Oh boy, it sure beats chopping wood. And isn't our new icebox?
The Icebox. There are so many innovations that we keep on ice, ready to share with you and the rest of the world with your support if you choose to step with us through that door.
Carry water from a well. And thanks to progress
and the work of the Society, the dreams of tomorrow can be made manifest today.
Yes, sir. We've got everything we need to make life easier. Say, Mother, I was reading about a fellow named Tom Edison
who worked
on an idea
that paved the road to this new world.
Electric lights?
Oh, the Society has come so far in so little time, and we look forward to showing you the heart of the project. The advancements we have made are nothing short of electrifying. They will spark change in the lives of people everywhere.
Oh, that's right, folks. Now Sarah has time for other things
like canning and cleaning the oven.
Yes, two things that can be easily powered using the natural energy that surrounds all of us.
Probably never will.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get the laundry off the line before it starts raining cats and dogs.
Don't worry. After testing this revolutionary technology, we've been able to harness not just the energy we can see.
Say, I
but the energy we can't.
All you have to do is put your wash on the line, right? Oh well, the cistern was low anyway.
Wow-wee, look at that.
This energy is free, and it's for everyone.
Before using my new stereoscope. It's not a toy, you know.
Ooh la la.
We can light cities without consuming a single resource.
Isn't she a knockout? She's the star of
the Old World's Fair in Chicago.
Now you put that away before your mother finds it.
Aw, Dad.
We can enjoy the modern extravagances of mankind without wasting a bit of nature's precious beauty.
It plays music right here in our home.
There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.
She keeps that thing going all day long. Progress.
The world will be lauding our progress for days, months, generations to come, the moment we are prepared to trust them with it. The world can take this free energy to create their own innovations that will further drive progress without overtaxing the precious energy of our citizens. By tapping into this natural energy, the world can focus on using the most renewable resource on the face of this planet: people's creativity.
Now you be home by 9 o'clock, daughter. You hear me? Oh, well, with all this talking, I've worked up quite a thirst. I think I'll take one of those newfangled trolleys down to the drugstore soda fountain and meet the boys for a cold sarsaparilla.
Because right now we have so much to celebrate.
I forgot. We're drinking root beer now.
Most of which we've still yet to share. To those joining us, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you along for this next leg of the journey. Now, we're all aware of the facts of life, that every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And most people have hopped aboard a similar train of thought, accepting what appears to be the fleeting nature of what we know as life. Even those who seem to live in the world of tomorrow have a tough time switching tracks. We, on the other hand, see another way. We believe in preserving the unique beauty that only Mother Nature can provide in all of its forms, from plant life to animal. And we have successfully developed the technology to do so. Technology that will allow living beings the opportunity to weather any unexpected storm. By coaxing a body into temporary stasis, we can preserve any life form as long as is necessary to repair it. So no longer will one life necessarily be a flash in time. No longer does the end need to be the end. Thanks to groundbreaking discovery and innovation, a new dawn lies in wait for all of us. Even today, in 1964, we are unable to look back through the dark mists of time and see what truly happened to the great primeval beings that ruled the earth before us. But if we break free from the mire of tired thinking, we can focus our attention and efforts on another opportunity that lies ahead. Coupled with our ability to preserve life, we have the power to produce something truly grand. By taking what remains of any life, big or small, we can extract from its core its very essence and regenerate that life to its full glory. On a smaller scale, we can utilize this technology to repair injuries, cure disease, taking the remains of that which has been grounded and empowering it to once again take flight. New applications of these technologies, from preservation to regeneration, are being hatched and tested daily by our experts. Such power would allow us to live our lives free of sickness, free of loss, free of fear. Together, we can survive any unforeseen mishaps, any unexpected turns for the worse, no matter where we stand, no matter the time, as long as we strive to make this gift a reality for all. So join us in your continued support. Be the positive force that drives this old world into the new. We want to thank you again for your continued partnership and support. As we progress into tomorrow, we do hope you think of us, so that one day we may show everyone a world much like the one we were privileged to show you. As you've seen at the fair, advancements in technology are quickly reshaping our planet. we gave you a glimpse at a world without boundaries, a world very much united, a world in which all people are free to reach beyond any ocean, over any mountain, across any continent, and connect with anyone, anywhere on the globe. Only time will tell if this invention will make our world smaller, just as we predict it might. At the Carousel of Progress, we explored the potential of sustainable energy. We imagined utilizing the power that invisibly surrounds us, encircling our planet in great abundance. And remember your cruise along the Magic Skyway? Imagine what good might be done if we used innovations in biology to preserve, repair, and rebuild the bodies of loved ones and prehistoric beasts alike. With Mr. Lincoln, we shared a great moment, paying tribute to freedom, the freedom to dream, the freedom to create. As consummate animators of film, we have since turned our attention to more ambitious animations, the inspiration for which began with a mechanical bird in a cage. This technology was created to provide folks with assistance, and thus great liberty, whether it be freedom from oppression, from the drudgery of daily life, or even the ravages of time. Because all people hope for liberty, we wholeheartedly believe we should strive to deliver it. And advanced robotics will help us do so. Well, we sure have enjoyed riding this wave of the future with you. We are pleased to assure you that we have developed and tested everything we've shared. Innovations that are sure to bring all folks in this world closer together through the power of communication, free energy, biology, and robotics. And with your help, we aim to bring this power from our world to yours. Remember, your keys to our ideas will always be on view in Tomorrowland. We look forward to welcoming you there. So long now.
Evocati Augusti, Plus Ultra 2 years ago. Plus Ultra was started in 1401. I have proof that shows the members that are in the group today. The drawings and paintings I found with Plus Ultra on them from 1536 are undeniable. The tech did work. And the new and old members went back and left a mark. The name on these machines from the 1500s that also say Plus Ultra shows you how one person got it through the government's custody. I'm a Tesla researcher who has lived for 46 years next to his tower in Shoreham, New York, and he named all the roads in my neighborhood. He sent so many people to find info for him, like Mark Twain, met with the Blackfeet Indians. Just crazy what I've found and unlocked the US programs who use Tesla tech. I can prove without a shadow of doubt how far they went back in drawing that were made by time travelers, the tech being used. All of his stuff worked, and don't forget he unlocked ancient tech. He studied the Sumerian tablets before he made anything. The two members are hiding it in plain sight and still nobody gets it. I have about 5 books worth of research on this. I started with just Tesla in my town and then I went down 1,000 rabbit holes. Evocati Augusti, Plus Ultra, 1 year ago. Admeta Plus Ultra. It's fact. Tesla did make a group at the 1889 Paris Exposition, celebrating something you couldn't even imagine. There is a room and a picture of the member through times on wine glasses. They had a purpose, and Gustav and Tesla met before he left for the United States, and gave him plans for the Eiffel Tower. As when Tesla arrived in Colorado Springs and reporters asked him what was he doing there, he said, "I'm sending a message to the Eiffel Tower." This is all public knowledge. I run the nonprofit OIN Shoreham, New York, where I grew up on Tesla's property, and he named the streets of all the streets. I know the chain of events and followed the tech, due to help with my friends in the Intel community, and followed the tech back to Sumeria. Just like Tesla unlocked the ancient tech. I know for a fact there still are members. I know too. I was ISRF SOC, Air Force Special Forces Command, 18 years and grew up in a R&D, research and development, family in the United States Air Force. I could send you links and I have so much evidence. The 42,000 in my group are way past if it's true. We're way past that. We're still following the tech and when it was used, the Majestic 12 leak, And it was used twice in 1993. The two members now, one comes from Disney and has his Pwn show, the other in the chain of command. His uncle was given everything of Tesla's that the Office of Alien Property took. Not because it was alien. In desperation, Tesla sold 2 tech to 2 enemies during World War II. In '83 this man is seen with the same picture of Tesla but with a dove, and I saw the note to my beloved nephew. If you think it's fake, you're lazy and dumb. Because most of it is public fact. But I don't have time to hold your hand and walk you through it and don't care. I have a background unlike others that I know things nobody even seen. The fact the two members know are showing it in front of your face using the looking glass or state gate tech. It's mind-blowing. You haven't got a clue. We kept encountering antique tiles with a Latin motto, Plus Ultra, which translates as Beyond the Ultimate. This is Mar-a-Lago's slogan.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if all the great thinkers decided to get together and actually change the world for the better? And the result was, well, miracles. Who are you? I'm the future. They're coming. She's full of surprises. We have to go! That place I saw, it exists? Of course it does. But if you don't come with me, it won't for much longer. Dreamers need to stick together.
The interesting thing about Tomorrowland is that it's an intriguing idea, and it's connected with Disney in a really interesting way.
In our modern world, everywhere we look, we see the influence science has upon our daily lives. Many of the things that seem impossible now will become realities tomorrow.
Walt Disney was really interested in the future and all the possibility it could bring. It completely and totally fired up his creative imagination.
A beautiful tomorrow, just a dream away. That says we're going places. There's progress ahead.
A lot of this circles around who Walt Disney really was. He looked at the future with some idea that there's some hope and some positive outcome.
He came up with systems that would make people work together better, optimizing the human race.
Walt Disney was always playing with something, you know, whether it was animatronics or mass transportation, the monorail, urban planning too, is his idea of what the world could be like.
Experimental, prototype, community of tomorrow.
I think he thought the best way to do that was not to preach about it, but to do it.
There's a lot of similarities between the last project he was working on, the Epcot Center, and Tomorrowland, which was this utopian version of what we at our best could be.
Since I was a little kid, Tomorrowland has not always felt traditionally science fiction to me. It's almost felt like science fact. Some of these things haven't happened yet, but they can happen.
Buckle up!
And I think that the great thing about Walt is he inspired us to light that spark of optimism.
We're getting a large canvas to paint on because the very word Tomorrowland is evocative. It evokes play and it evokes promise, freshness, you know, something that's unknown that's about to be here.
A place where people actually live a life they can't find anywhere else in the world.